And we're back. Welcome back. Let's see here. I made a few changes. I don't think they all exactly took. Yeah, they're over here, but not here. That's what I thought. Let's get rid of some of this stuff. Bit of a distraction for now. How's everybody doing? Hopefully well. We're gonna get started. I got a little bit done in pencil already. Adjust that for myself. Adjust my headset a little bit. Just one moment. Hey Liz, be right with you. Okay, now where was I? Okay. Made a few cosmetic changes. I'm not sure if anybody but me is going to notice many of them. But one of them was, aside from adjusting the camera ever so slightly, I'm still gonna keep adjusting. But aside from that, it was I sort of knocked out the boxes where it says subs because we're not quite there yet, and as well as I decided to make the little chat box that we have here keep the chat text permanently until it scrolls away. That way it just won't look like there's just this constant blank space in the middle of the right hand side of your screen. We're gonna toy around with that for a while and see what happens. That's the least of what we're working on today. What we're going to focus on the most here is more giant monsters. And I'm wearing this, and you'll probably see me wear a shirt over a white shirt anytime I wear a white shirt, just because I'm terrified of getting paint on some of these. That's why I don't own a whole lot of white shirts. But that should be visible. Probably better that I keep the camera low anyway, because what I noticed is when I start doing this, then You guys, all you can see is the top of my hat unless I lower the camera lower than right about there. So, anyway. Oh, Will's not feeling good. Oh, I hope it feels better. We'll get started in the meantime. Actually, one last thing. Okay. Still forgot to mute that. A little bit warm in here, even with the air conditioner on. So that's when I decide, you know, I might need the. That's when I decide I need the headband. It just keeps me from getting too bothered. Alright, I've stalled for way too long. It's been 10 minutes, let's get started. There, now let's get started. First here. Okay, good. I think we got everything we need. See a lot of the stuff that a lot of the paints that I was working with on Tuesday that I once again didn't clean off. Definitely gonna do that tonight. I don't want to get into the habit of just leaving dried paints on my palette at all times. That's not very good. But since resources can be limited, I don't want to miss the chance to reuse some gouache when I can. You guys hopefully also noticed You guys hopefully also noticed that I already sort of pre-penciled some of this. I wanted to save some time that I might have otherwise spent working on the actual pencil artwork. I want to spend more time painting today than trying to figure out the answers to some of these little compositional riddles. As far as color scheme goes today, I decided to give a try to, we did a lot of yellow tones around warm colors last time. Or basically a lot of warm tones with yellow, sort of as in between. This time, instead, I wanted to do something leaning towards the opposite of that, which is cool tones around yellow. Yellow is sort of an in-between color. That's not to say there won't be some warm tones in here and there, but for the most part, I'm going to try to make it so that yellow is the warmest color that you see here. Which is important because there's going to end up being a lot of gold in this bit of work that we're going to embark upon tonight. Where did that come from? That was the strangest thing. I got some black paint in here from somewhere. What I'm thinking is the tones can get a little bit warmer in the background or as we start going farther back, but I'd like them to start getting warm, start getting cooler the closer something is to the front, to the foreground of this page. And there's also going to be a lot of my increasingly more commonplace, uncertainty as to whether or not some of this is actually going to work, which is fun for everybody, probably. Like usual, this is the base color. This is the bare bones of what we're going to be working with. always tricky because this is where I really need to be. This is where I have to put down paint on as much of the page as possible. But I also have to maintain, I have to keep the page in place, so I can only tape one part at a time, usually. I just have to start removing all of this tape. And as you can see, then I have to sort of kind of hold my breath and pray that the page is going to not move too much before I can tape it again. Get this back in here. Actually, let me get this involved here. And we are, for now, tapeless. Hopefully that won't last too long. I'll attempt to hold this in place for a minute. Too round. There's one thing I'm gonna have to I'm dying to do once, and I may do this ahead of time anyway. Is get a specific orange tray for over here. Because otherwise I gotta keep doing this. I'm going to actually dab some of that out because it's not at all what I want here. Use of one brush so far. I think the problem with having such loose pencil lines in here is trying to remember what I intended each part of this to be. bust out more than one eyedropper. Because then, if not, I constantly have to keep track of the one that I have. And blend up. Blend up. Concentration of dark color over here at the bottom. And bring it up a little bit. And try to make it so saturated that it's not going to come up as its original color very far. It's really going to blend with a lot of this green and a lot of this yellow. And the purpose of that is going to be to make this stand out a lot more. Let's see if it works. And you can always also blend down. Palette cam for just a minute. Let's see what I'm working with here. There's a possibility I might make what I keep calling the palette cam. I may make that a permanent like third camera that I use, but I haven't decided yet. I don't know. There might be too many things going on at once here. I might try it as an experiment one of these days and see how it works. See how you guys like it. Got most of these surfaces spoken for. A little bit of blending, but since we're dealing with specific shapes and forms, I don't want to blend too much because it's not what we're trying to do in the first place. Excuse me just a moment. Okay. Couple of things. We're going to mute, we're going to dry, I'm gonna adjust something. Okay. Let's see what we're working with now. Should be able to tape this back in place now. Especially down here. Yep. Nope, not dry enough. Man, I really wet this page up. Phase 2. Darker shades, darker tones that are not necessarily going to be related to what I do after that. once again, have a loose idea of how I want this to look. So far, so good. But you can always change. To shadow this up a little bit, which means we always try not to go full black unless it's quite necessary. It's entirely possible we may end up creating substitute black here once again, which is always entertaining. Yeah, that might work. That's working. Now we've got a shadow color. We have a shadow color. Whew. Sweating a little bit. Alright. Keep detailing up. Keep detailing it up. Darken our yellow a little bit, ever so slightly. Right now we're kind of in search of a proper goldish color, but it's not yet imperative that we find it. It will be very soon. For now. Hey Retro Gamer, how's it going? Thanks for coming. Thank you very much. Continuing on the giant monster kick that I started earlier this week. Basically start getting into finer detail as we go, and finer detail can be defined with lighter or darker color depending on what way you decide you want to bring that out. Like for instance, I want there to be a horn like right there and here. That's quite dark. And then you can blend it back down in here. And I'm kind of feeling this. I'm feeling the looseness of this. It's not something I might, it's not something I'd feel comfortable doing all the time. But there's also a certain freedom that comes with drawing, wacky, crazy monsters that don't have to adhere to a lot of strict, anatomical accuracy that have been interpreted several different ways over the span of, I guess it's over 60 years now. Hey, Will, I heard you were feeling under the weather. How you doing? Thanks for coming despite feeling not so great right now. I really appreciate it. Hope you're doing better. Like I said, tonight we're continuing our a little Monster Madness kick that I set you guys on for the past couple of days. I decided I wasn't quite done with it. I'm rather enjoying how this is coming out. Assuming that I can tie it all together. It's very loose, and as a loose composition it's looking quite nice, but sooner or later I'm gonna have to pull off the magic trick of making it look like a solid thing, like something that actually has some form and weight to it. You got sinus infection. I'm good for at least one of those a year these days, and it's just the worst. It's the worst feeling. For me, it usually happens when it usually happens overnight if I end up sleeping with the window open and I underestimate how cold it's going to be that night. I don't know if that's what happened with you, but that's usually how my sinus infections end up happening. Having to permanently start turning my hats backwards. Be still, camera. Be still. Too refined right now for the stage of color that I'm in. Somewhat substitute black going on here. Thanks for the host, Retro Gamer. Appreciate it. Always appreciate you hosting. been studying this and studying how I wanted to do this. And this is as good a time as any to start getting into sort of lore and love behind some Japanese monster flicks, of which I'm a huge fan. I wouldn't call myself any kind of expert by any means, but I definitely love old Toho monster movies. I'm a huge Godzilla fan. I got a ton of Godzilla movies. Not all of them. Not all of them, because I'll freely admit I am not a completist, and not every Godzilla movie is worth owning, trust me. Some may disagree, but I gotta draw the line somewhere, and I draw the line somewhere around Godzilla vs. Gigan and Godzilla's Revenge. And if you know anything about those movies, you'll know exactly why. Yep. Thanks for coming, Retro Gamer. Take care. Have a good one. Hopefully we'll see you on Saturday when I'm back here again. Let's see. I think that's a good start. Touch this up a little bit. Just a little bit, if I can. Well, hopefully it's pretty obvious at this point I'm doing King Ghidorah for tonight. This is one of the coolest monster designs that Toho ever came up with. One of the best monster movie villains, if you will. Did they work something out? See, the thing is, I know Toho was in the mix with the Gamera movies at some point or another, but I don't know who owns the rights to those now. And I know, and this is probably why Toho is super protective these days, especially of their Kaiju IPs, and probably rightly so. If they were, if they weren't so protective, of their Kaiju IPs, you'd have every Joe Schmo on Earth, making crappy American remakes of every giant monster movie, every giant Japanese monster movie under the sun. I don't think anybody would really want that, so it's just as well that that sort of thing comes around rarely and occasionally. Yeah, we're probably, never ever say never, because anything can happen, but it's extremely unlikely that we're getting, any kind of re-release or any kind of formal release of any of the Godzilla MST3K episodes. I'd be surprised if that ever happens anytime soon. So if you're a fan of those episodes, I think if you're a fan of those episodes, you've already obtained them through certain means that I won't get into here. Gamera's a whole other thing because they did a hell of a whole lot more Gamera episodes of MST3K than they ever did Godzilla. They only did I'm pretty sure it was only 2 Godzilla movies that they riffed on MST3K. They did something like 5 or 6 Gamera movies, if I'm remembering that right. And you guys are far more, off the top of your head knowledgeable MST3K fans than I am, so please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Substitute black against this just to define what is actually a wing. This head is going to cast a stark shadow against this wing for reasons that will be apparent very soon. You never been into the Gamera, but well, I know you're. Yeah, I know, Will. You're more of a Mike guy. I get it. You're more of a Mike Nelson guy, and I respect that. But the Gamera episodes are just so damn funny. Yeah, another friend of mine, Noel, who recently started following, he dropped in on Sketchbook Saturday this week. He's been doing a full, weekly retrospective on Cast. He actually, what I mean by that is he hosts his own Cast stream on Tuesday nights where he will show in chronological order a new Toho movie every week. And a couple of weeks ago it was Gamera. It was the very first Gamera. And of course, we were all just singing the freaking MST3K Gamera song the whole time. And that was a lot of fun. It's gonna need some more orange, so I think this would be better. sooner or later I'm going to have to make a hard decision as to which direction all these heads are going. And specifically, all these necks are going. That one's pretty well defined. As well defined as I'd like them to be. Let's work on defining this one a little bit better. I can't remember if we're gonna keep this MST3K thread. I know. Okay, what was it? It was the two that got riffed by MST3K were one of them was definitely Godzilla versus Megalon, because that was the Jet Jaguar episode, and nobody should ever forget Jet Jaguar. That's just how I feel about that. That is one of the few things where if I ever had the opportunity, I'd probably cosplay as Jet Jaguar. And I am not a cosplayer, so, and I have little interest in ever. I love cosplayers to death. I love the art and creativity that goes into it, but it is not my preferred form of artistic expression for many reasons. And there are very few instances where I feel the need to ever cosplay as anyone or anything, but one of those things is Jet Jaguar. So I know they did the Godzilla versus Megalon. What was the other one? Was it Godzilla versus the Sea Monster? You guys want to give me a hand with that? You guys are more, you guys are closer to Google right now than I am. Okay, now comes a very daunting task, I think. Yeah, but you know what I'm talking about. Well, maybe you don't. Maybe everybody's different on this, but like, you can like cosplaying and not be interested in doing it yourself. But do you think there's like just one thing, like one outlandish, far out thing where if you could cosplay as anything at all, like if you had the chance to do it, you would do it? Godzilla King of the Monsters. I'm guessing that was the movie. I'm guessing that was the was it 2018 or 2019, the American one that that came out a couple of years ago. I could see that being like a riff tracks. Yeah, Godzilla versus Megalon, Godzilla versus Sea Monster. Those were the MST3K episodes. That's what I thought. Like I said, I think Riff Tracks might have taken a shot at King of the Monsters if we're talking about the one from 2 years ago. I could see them. I could see that. I could see him taking a shot at that. All right, let's see. Is that gonna be what I need? No. That is too wet and too light. So this is what's gonna need to happen. I'm gonna need to thicken this shade up. I'll give you guys the palette cam again. Once again. You can see my feeble attempts to get a transparent but still thick enough color that won't be running all over the place. Let's see. That might be as good as we get. Needs more yellow. Quite a bit more yellow, actually. They did the American Godzilla with the one guy's a live show. Matthew Perry. No, you're thinking of Matthew Broderick. And that is one. That's the one that we don't like to talk about. That's the one that Godzilla fans. You know that meme of like. You know that meme of all of the rulers of all of the kingdoms standing around, you know, around the round table with all of their swords pointed at the table, and they're all united, and each of them has a different label, and you know, it's Godzilla fans, Riff Tracks fans, even Matthew Broderick fans, and at the center of the table it says hatred of 1996 Godzilla. Nobody likes talking about that movie. Or very few people, I think. That could work. Let's see. Yeah, I know you know that meme because you've linked it a couple of times, so I knew you'd eventually know exactly what I was talking about. It's a very useful meme. Because sometimes we, all of us nerds are all a contentious, sort of self-cannibalizing lot. But every once in a while we unite around a common foe, and it's usually a common hatred of something that is so heinous that it transcends all of our petty squabbles. Yeah, for bashing Game of Thrones Season 8, yeah, fantasy fans, Game of Thrones fans, book fans, show fans, we all united around our mutual disgust for how Game of Thrones ended. That's a very good example. So what I'm doing here now is the painting equivalent to a suicide mission. I have no idea why they got flagged, but I took care of it. Yeah, in case you guys are wondering, yes, this was the plan all along. I'm going to attempt to paint every single individual scale on this creature, because I am a sucker for repetitive, tedious tasks when it comes to painting. And I can only ask you guys to trust me, because this is gonna look pretty damn cool when I'm done. There's two tricks at play here at the same time, and that is one, nailing the color to complement the color underneath. Let me rephrase that. To nail the color that will complement the base color here, and two, to wrap this sort of improvised texture in such a way that it will actually make this look three-dimensional, as opposed to something very flat and not very convincing. Am I going to keep each scale individually separated? Yes. I'm going to keep each scale individually separated, but I'm also going... This is also not all that I'm going to do with it. What I will probably do is I will blend it... I will do some blending the farther away from... the farther away in perspective that it gets. Like down here is supposed to be somewhat farther away. I will blend this a little bit more. Up here, not so much. Up here, it's gotta sort of live or die by the form that I give it. I can't really flub the composition up here. There are a few things I can do. And more of a concern for me is sort of touching two of these paint dabs a little bit too close together, and the color starts blending together. Not just the color, but the little form that I'm gonna make each time. This looks okay so far. What's gonna happen is I'm gonna keep coming back across here and sort of make layers. I got one layer of scales that are gonna go this way, and then another layer that's gonna go that way, because I can't resist complicating my life, and this will do very nicely for that. But like I said, like I'm fairly fond of saying, this is something that I could probably never do with sort of my cheaper and less precise materials. I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing right now quite so easily, as far as putting a single dab of paint in a certain spot and expecting it to stay there and not sort of blob and blotch and bleed all over the place. Alright, that's looking okay so far. See, the trick is, or the trick that I'm trying to employ here, is to drop all the shadows in first. Also, if I were using cheaper paper, this would suck, because then this paint would really be all over the place, as opposed to sitting in one spot and drying. And then as we get over here, we can darken this up a little bit. Yeah, see, that's starting to bleed together a little bit too much, which tells me that I'm getting impatient and I'm not waiting even the minimal amount of time for these parts to dry, which means I've got to do a little bit better with that. Fortunately, that's going to work in my favor anyway. And that's something that in most professions and in most endeavors where you have to be very precise and very exacting and sometimes very patient. And Will, you might know what I'm talking about with this, because it's probably a thing that you would employ with coding and programming. You sometimes have to compensate for your own lack of patience and lack of finesse, if that's a problem that you have. If you're not very good at, if it's necessary for you to wait something out or do something very exacting, you sometimes have to sort of compensate for, you have to sort of psych your own brain into being okay with that and not screwing up a whole project by not being able to get a grip on yourself. If you think this is grounds for me to get restless, you ain't seen nothing yet, because I gotta scale all the rest of this too. So. Settle in. Settle in. Quite the story. Helping grow some certain point. Yeah. Okay. So did he end up just he threw to four? Oh, that doesn't sound like a smart idea. From what little I know about what you're talking about, it doesn't sound like the smartest thing in the world to do. Yeah. I'm guessing your friend ended up burning all the good stuff out of it, or all of the beneficial stuff out of it, and that's what happened. So, you know, it was pretty intense work because he made all the nutrients and everything himself. Man, yeah, there was nothing. Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't know specifics about that, about what you're talking about, but I definitely know about I know a thing or two about growing some, you know, different kinds of plants with for the purposes of, you know, for health purposes. And sometimes heating it will pretty much cook all of the good stuff that you're intending to use it for right out of it. That's actually true of garlic. That's true. Garlic's a natural antibiotic, but if you cook it, you pretty much cook all of the natural antibiotic properties out of it, and it doesn't do that anymore. So that's the first example I can think of. This. Oh, okay. See, this is good because by doing all of these scales, I can... Oh, jeez. I'm going to cut the top off. I'm going to cut this part of this bump brush out of here because it's already rapidly on my nerves with bumping the camera. I don't know if the microphone really catches it as much when the microphone gets bumped. But when it bumps the camera, and the camera is dangling like 18 inches in the air from a shelf, it takes forever for it to stop shaking. How you feeling now, Will? I mean, not that I don't appreciate you being here, but don't think for 1 minute that you need to hang around here if you're not feeling it. So just throwing that out there. That's cool. I'm glad I could help in my own way here. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, now I'm gonna scale a different part here. I'm going to do this up here because I anticipate needing a lot of it. I'm going to throw some of this yellow in here. Because like I said, yellow's supposed to be our dominant color throughout this painting. And that's not necessarily to mean that yellow is going to be the color that you see the most, but rather that yellow is going to be the color incorporated into the most colors throughout. These scales are closer, so they're going to look bigger, at least in theory. I'll get back to what I was saying a little earlier. I know, like, you know, a big problem that I have is that I tangent like crazy. But, one good thing about having, you know, these Toho monsters that have been around for a long time is that there are a lot of different incarnations of them, a lot of different little small interpretations that you can sort of take and decide which ones you care to incorporate and what parts of them you can use, and also there's a visual shorthand for a lot of these characters and a lot of these creatures, and not just Toho monsters, but characters in general that have been around for a long time. There tends to be a visual shorthand for them. And what I mean by that is there are certain characteristics that as long as you get those, you can change to a great degree everything else about your depiction of them, and it'll still look very much like what it's supposed to look like, and you don't have to worry too much about being too slavishly faithful to a single depiction. I'll give you a quick example, and that's Batman. There's a gazillion different Batman designs that have existed in the God, I guess it's been 80 years now that Batman has existed. You can draw Batman with purple gloves, and you can draw Batman with huge pointy ears, with enormous, comically, huge pointy ears, short ears, a bat symbol on his chest that has a yellow oval around it, or that doesn't have a yellow oval around it. You can have a utility belt that has pouches, or a utility belt that has sort of cylindrical compartments. As long as you get a few key things consistent, and this is especially true of Batman, who is instantly recognizable even in silhouette. If you get those pointy bat ears, down. And sometimes you get the like the bat wing cape. If you show us that, most people, whether it's through direct knowledge or through more cultural osmosis, will know immediately what that is and who that is. And there's really, then you can screw around with the design all over the place. If you look up, like, one of the most iconic images of all time of Batman is Batman literally in a silhouette against a lightning bolt. And that is the first issue of Frank Miller's The Dark Knight Returns, where there is absolutely nothing else on the page except Batman jumping high in the air, and all you see is a completely black figure with no detail whatsoever, but it has bat ears and a bat-like cape, and that's all you really need to know that it's Batman. That's a good... See, Will says, I always like the Azrael Batman combat armor created to fight Bane, because after Bane broke Batman's back. Now the thing is that's another fairly good example. Like that's a I remember that Batman costume. It's a little bit over, it's a little bit busy for my taste, but really, it's actually a very good example of what I was talking about. It because it's so different. The design is so different, and there's all kinds of things going on with that costume design, but it still has those few things that you need to know that it's Batman. It's so completely different. It's got like all of these different razor blades and gadgets and equipment on it, but the costume still has some pointy bat ears and still has a bat wing shaped cape. So you still know right away who and what that is, or who and what that's supposed to be. That's why, that's why DC Comics continues to promote, to promote Batman as an intellectual property, if not as a character itself, because you can't buy that kind of recognition. You can't buy that's the kind of recognition that only comes from a character being in the pop culture for 80 years. And that's why, DC and Warner Brothers continues to make, Batman movies and shows and anything you care to name, because that's an instantly recognizable character. If I can draw you, I'll do this right now. I'll do this right here, right now. Watch this. We all know what that is. You know how many artists out there would give all 4 limbs for their character to be that instantly recognizable? It's an incredibly underrated thing. See what I can do here. Yeah, that'll work. See, up close, this is not looking as good as it's kind of looking like, you know, when I look at it on the screen in front of me. So like I said, and as you guys can hopefully see by way of the always entertaining palette cam, that this is a very yellow heavy painting, even if it's not immediately obvious, because every color on this page has a yellow tone in it. All of them. Every last one of these has yellow in it to some degree. It's kind of the backbone of everything that I'm doing here. Scale, they're definitely giving it more 3D and depth to the bodies. Yeah, that's what I'm going for. It's not easy, especially because you have to keep the depth that you're establishing consistent. Because if you don't, then all of this stuff can just as easily shatter the illusion of depth just as easily as it can create it if you don't get it just right. Temporarily mute a text conversation that my friends decided to start having right now, so that both my phone and my watch will stop vibrating. The other thing that I wanted to do, getting back to this whole tangent that I wanted to get into, that I keep going off into other, other topics. Since there's, when it comes to, these Toho monsters, there's somewhat room for interpretation going on. I decided to throw a little bit of my own flavor into this, in that I wanted to make King Ghidorah's head over here as alien as possible while still kind of looking like, you know, who it's supposed to look like. That's something that they really nailed, and I don't know how intentional it was at the time. We're talking about the 1960s when this design was, you know, when this creature was created. But at the same time that, you know, Toho was kind of trying to transition Godzilla from being a destructive villain to sort of an anti-hero, and then, you know, just a full-on hero, you know, savior of mankind. They had to kind of put a new villain in place. Ghidorah was that villain. And the task started becoming, you know, the idea was, well, how do you make a terrifying monster more terrifying than what they had previously established Godzilla to be? And sort of, and once again, I don't know if this was really the thought process that went into it, but what it seemed to be was, in creating King Ghidorah, you create something that looks even less familiar, even less friendly or recognizable. If Godzilla, you know, and there were all these stories. Yeah, the monster. Yeah, King Ghidorah is a three-headed dragon with big, huge bat wings that spits lightning, which we will also see momentarily. We'll see some of that soon. But the contrast is actually pretty brilliant. In the original few Godzilla movies, there's all of these stories about like the original suit actor for Godzilla, you know, Haruo Nakajima, rest in peace. He did a lot of he did not take the role lightly. He studied up very carefully about how to create a sort of physical vocabulary for Godzilla that would be recognizable and would be menacing. He studied a lot of bear-like movements. He would, you know, and he was really physically fit, so he was able to do all of these grand physical mannerisms in the suit, you know, in a 80-pound rubber suit, and still be able to act, and be able to act through the suit. Now, it comes time to make sort of a villainous foil to Godzilla, and you got King Ghidorah over here. And everywhere that Godzilla as a character zigs, Ghidorah seems to zag. You know? Godzilla has very bear-like, you know, like lumbering, sort of half bear and sometimes reptilian-like movements. Ghidorah doesn't move anything like that. Ghidorah's suit actor is basically only able to move his legs in the suit. Meanwhile, you've got all the other effects guys that are pulling all of these three heads all over the place like three distinct marionette puppets, which leads to it moving in three very distinct ways in in a way that looks very alien when it's all attached to one creature, you know. Godzilla fights by, moving, throwing rocks and boulders and various huge objects. Well, Ghidorah has no arms, so every bit of physical acting gets done with these three dragon heads and a lot of flying around. It's the same thing, like I said on Tuesday when we were talking about Shin Godzilla. When it came time to make Godzilla the bad guy again, when it came time to make 2016 Shin Godzilla and make him actually really kind of terrifying again, if you watch that movie, and this struck me right away. Once again, I don't want to speak for how intentional this was on the part of the filmmakers, on the part of the character designers, the monster designers, on the part of the artists that made it all possible. But it seemed to me like a huge goal in trying to make Godzilla scary again was to eliminate as much human-like movement from him as possible. Any kind of human mannerisms, anything that we might be familiar with as human, any sort of human, when they started making the transition, when Toho started making the transition with the classic 60s Godzilla movies, from making him, from a bad guy into ostensibly a good guy, they started changing the look of his face. His features got a little bit softer, a little bit less sinister. His eyes got much bigger. They gave him these frog-like anime eyes to indicate that he was, that he was a good guy. Shin Godzilla, the first thing you notice in Shin Godzilla about the Godzilla design is that he's got this tiny, I'll do this up here. He's got this tiny beady eyes that you can barely see except from at a certain angle. They display absolutely no human emotion whatsoever that's recognizable. They're just these impassive, two beady little, reptilian eyes. And his movements are really alien and really not recognizable as human, or even recognizable very much as a type of other animal. Yeah, that's why I was gonna ask you to see if you can find a copy of Shin Godzilla first of all, because I wanted to see if I could get a copy from you, Will. And also, if you haven't seen it, you really should see it. I can't say enough good things about that movie. To me, it's the best Godzilla movie since the original one. The destruction parts and the Godzilla parts are kind of few and far between, but then that's true of pretty much all Japanese monster movies. You kind of have to allow yourself to become invested with the human stuff. Luckily, Shin Godzilla actually has a pretty good human story that actually sort of doubles as a very sort of clever satire on the sort of redundant bureaucracy in Japanese government, which I wasn't expecting. I wasn't expecting, that level of political satire from a 21st century Godzilla movie. But they did it. They pulled it off. I don't know how they pulled it off, but they did. Well, I think I don't find it too curious why they did that at all, because that's what the original Godzilla was anyway. The original Godzilla was meant to be very much a political satire, because it was sort of an indictment on. It was in its own way an indictment of nuclear proliferation after Japan's sort of unclear role in that after World War II. I think Japan had a lot of fear of of what was turning out to be the dawn of the Cold War after World War II, and the buildup of nuclear weapons and what that would ultimately come to mean. And they had a very unique, the Japanese people had a very unique perspective on that. Them having been the only citizens that the atomic bomb had ever been used against. So the original Godzilla was meant to be, let's take this concept of nuclear weapons and the boogeyman that's created, and let's create a real monster around it. Let's create a monster that was created, but the backstory is he was created from nuclear material and from nuclear hydrogen bomb testing. Let's create a creature of pure, that was a pure child of the atomic age and a visible representation of the horror of, nuclear weapons. I certainly don't want to. It's a heady topic. And I'm certainly, especially to consider it from the point of view of the Japanese people, which I'm certainly not going to attempt to do. But that's kind of the roots of. That's what the roots of Godzilla as a movie, as its original movie is. If you watch that original movie, I mean, you're only going to be so, the effects are dated, of course, and you're only going to be so, so afraid of it by today's standards. But it was meant to be a very in-your-face sort of worst-case scenario type of horror movie depicting, this is the horror, this is how terrible it can be if we're not careful. It was a little bit thicker than I intended it to be. Shin Godzilla actually brought that element of it back after years of, it not really having a place in sort of, the later 20th century Godzilla movies, and certainly beyond that. Shin Godzilla wrestles, very directly with the possibility and the consequences of using nuclear weapons. like I said, it's something I was definitely not expecting from that movie, but maybe I should have been expecting it. Maybe, I appreciate that that movie sort of brought it back to where it all began. I'm gonna lift some of this out because that was not meant to be quite that dark. The same way that Godzilla is the depiction of Godzilla in Shin Godzilla, and to an extent in the original, was meant to be very alien and very inhuman. I'm kind of going for that a little bit here, in that what I decided to try to do was to reference a few specific animals for this right here. Specifically, like for Ghidorah's middle head over here. This is not new thinking or new, ways of approaching it by any means, but I wanted to have a thing here where like each head had a slightly different personality. One head is, one head is aggressive, one head is sinister, one head is sort of contemplative almost in its own way. Hold still. I'll have to throw some more yellow in here because I'm running out. And for this head, I actually I referenced a few different types of alligators. You can kind of see an alligator snout going on over here, which is not 100% the original depiction of King Ghidorah in the movies, but it's kind of the way I decided to go with it. Alligators being a recognizable but still really intimidating and certainly prehistoric type of creature that we're all familiar with. Yeah, certainly it's a dragon. It's meant to look like a dragon, but if you I tried to incorporate some alligator features in here. You might be able to see if you look if you Google like alligators, you might be able to see it. I won't say like it totally came through all the way, but I tried to do something with it. Doing the scales individually isn't taking nearly as much time as I thought it would. I'm glad you feel that way, because I sure don't. This feels like it's taking forever to me. But probably only a little bit more scaling that needs to go, but like I said, I am going to come back and highlight all of this, so there's going to be another once over on most of these scales. There's a whole other phase of this coming, so we'll see how long that takes. See, to prepare for this, I was already, watching some of my favorite Godzilla movies for a little while, like literally right before we got started tonight. I'm gonna probably end up going back to some of them when we're done. I had Godzilla Final Wars on the DVD player, because it's a really good depiction of King Ghidorah eventually. Hopefully that's not a spoiler, but the movie's 16 years old, so you should have watched it by now. Now this part is actually going to be part of the same neck over here, so let's see. And I'm going to try to kill two birds with one stone and define these horns at the same time. And the scale should get a little bit smaller as you go back to define your perspective. Now, let's see. Can we substitute black this as well? Let's see what that's gonna look. That might work. Okay. We got two more. We got two more heads to work on. Now, since I threw an orange tone onto here, let's see what this looks like. These are going to be smaller scales, and there are probably going to be a lot fewer of them. This right here, see all of the little color differences and tones that this sort of takes on as I go. Most of this is a function of the transparency of the paint that I'm using right now. And it's mostly just letting it dry, and when it dries, it doesn't so much blend with the base color underneath, but when it dries more transparent, and that base color shows through, so it sort of blends without, I guess you could say blends without blending, if you want to put it that way. Sort of like if you put a bit of clear glass, or you put a bit of glass that was transparent but it was a particular color over another color, it would end up not really resembling either color 100%. It would look somewhat like its own color entirely. Intellectually, you know they're two different colors, but when they're laid over each other, you also see something else. Now this is the least defined of all of these Ghidorah heads. I'm going to try to define it a little bit more now. I don't want it to look like it's something that belongs entirely in the background. Just follow the same. Headache's starting to come back. Well, take care of yourself, Will. If you gotta lie down again, go for it. Hopefully, hopefully it's just a headache and it'll pass soon enough. Is it also a massive sore throat, Lil? Are you, because that's usually, I mean, that's usually how I identify a sinus infection, so kind of curious. Back, so you walked away. I'll ask you again. Is your throat also feeling like severely sore? You also got like a massive sore throat going on right now, because that's usually my telltale sign for a sinus infection, for a bad one anyway. I see. Yeah, I might be overdue for it. We'll see what happens. I actually the reason why I'm having the early stream tonight is because I'm going back to work tomorrow. And the temperature's changing. And when the temperature changes, I get sick more often than not. So we'll see how I'm feeling by this weekend as well. It is a concern. Like to not catch anything particularly right now. Just for the simple fact that I probably wouldn't be able to go to the doctor anyway. For my own sake, I hope not. I hope I can dodge that bullet. Every once in a while, every cycle of, every weather cycle is different. But every so often, I've managed to get lucky and not get sick for an entire season. It happens very rarely, and I ain't getting any younger, so it seems less and less likely that that's ever going to happen again. It's one of those, confront your own mortality things. And for me, it was realizing that I can't shake off a cold in 24 hours anymore. Which really sucks, because I used to be really good at that. Hopefully the flu season won't be as bad with a sizable percentage of the population wearing masks. Yeah, I hope so too. I'm sure as I'll staying home a lot more. So I think a lot of people are probably going to be doing the same, and that will help somewhat. Mask wearing, we'll see. Don't know what effect that has in Asia, where they usually wear masks when sick, etc. Much less of an effect for that exact reason, because over there they actually, you know, when people start getting sick, they actually show, they show some respect for that, for both the people that are getting sick and for whatever illness it happens to be itself. Whereas here you just got, and this is a can of worms I don't even want to fully open up, but all I'll say is, here it seems like you've got way too many people who either think they're going to live forever or really just don't give a shit about the people who clearly aren't. And that's pretty sad if you ask me. Yeah, no point at all trying to guess what 2020 will bring next. No point. Yeah, I agree with that. Just, we just gotta try to take care of you and yours. I'll try to take care of me and mine. As a result, by extension, we make some kind of attempt to take care of each other, and sometimes that's the best you can hope for. I think I'm going to introduce some... I think I'm going to try to introduce some more of this yellow in here. Yeah, that's an interesting yellow. Because this is too light up here. I don't want too much... I don't want too much light going on up here. And I want to define forms as much as possible. So I'm going to try to blend that up. try to put some definition into here. And this will hopefully dry transparent enough to blend with these shadows that I've been cooking up on this side. So hopefully define this particular head over here a little bit more too. A few more dark scales left to go. Color do I want to make these? I'm going to throw a little bit more orange in here than before. Use that. Hold still, camera. Okay, I'd have to take these headphones off in order to turn my hat backwards, which I'm not going to do right this minute. I'll let you guys in on a little secret. I'm hoping to get this done. I mean, there's no reason why I wouldn't. But I'm hoping to get this done in time to go and grab some takeout. Because I procrastinated a little bit too long these past couple of days and I ended up not cooking, which is not good for going back to work. There are probably some okay places to eat where I'm having to work right now. But right now, the way that my job and the building that I'm in is sort of structured, and it's kind of a hassle to have to go find somebody to unlock the door so that I can go back out, so I can go out, so I can get something, so I can come back, so I can ring the bell to get somebody to unlock the door again and let me in. It's a headache for me, and it's a headache for whoever I would have to bother to do that. So probably better to bring your own food right now. No, I don't have a key because remember it's not the building where I usually work. So they only for since this is intended to be a temporary sort of thing. We're not sure how temporary just yet. They only gave keys to the supervisors, which I am not. Yeah, I'm talking about tomorrow. I'm talking about when I go back to work tomorrow. Here's what I was hopefully working towards here, and let's see how well this is going to work. This there's really no way, and even if there is a way, there's really no point in doing any artwork of King Ghidorah without doing at least some lightning breath, which I'm going to assign to this. To this head right here. Now, the way that I hope to do this, let's see. Going to do, I'm going to give you some, let's go back to the palette cam, right about here. That'll work. A little bit of yellow. The effects that they used in most of the Godzilla movies that had King Ghidorah in it, the lightning breath was always yellow. It was sort of a very pale yellow. Try to replicate that over here. Sort of. Do something like that. You can also use it to wash out basically everything else. If you have a massive bit of light right there, you can let that dry a little bit. Try to do is, there's no paint on this brush, I'm going to wet it as much as I can, create a path here. I'll drop some white in here. I'm gonna use our friend here and see where that goes. Move the light away from that. Be able to see that a little bit better. Drop a little bit more white in there and repeat the process. Oh, yeah. Yet another thing I wasn't quite sure was gonna work, but it did. Alright. Now the trick is not painting over that because I really like how that looks. Get some clearly defined line in here. Black this up. Let's really cast some dark shadows on this. This one especially. Hold still. Scales up a little bit more. define this a little bit more, I think. Camera lost focus right now. Yeah, the camera going out of focus thing is something that I've been trying to see if there's a solution to. Permanent solution anyway. I've seen some things that are pretty extreme, and they may involve literally taking the camera apart and manually twisting the focus into place. And that's not something I necessarily trust myself to do without destroying my camera, so I don't know if I'm gonna do that. This is a Logitech HD webcam. Well, this is the one that I bought. This is the 922X. This is the one that you were telling that you helped me research. Yeah, this is the 922. It may have something to do with the lighting in the room and also the closeness of the page. It might be those things together. I don't think it's necessarily not working. It's just working the way it's supposed to work under these particular circumstances. Because I have much less of a, there's much less of a problem with this when I'm using full, when I've got all the lights on in the place. As a matter of fact, let's test that, shall we? Just a minute. question is everything supposed to be blurry right now? Like the chat box I'm seeing is blurry and your be right back image, I don't recall it being that blurry before either. That I'm not too sure is a problem on my end, Will. If I'm being very honest with you. I'm really not seeing that. Usually only happens with VPN up and it's down. Man, I don't know what to tell you on that case. In that case, man. Fixed it. Okay, good. That was. I wasn't sure what the deal was with that either. So, as long as it's fixed, that's cool. That was the camera's fault, or to be more specific, that was my fault for bumping the camera again with my hat. No, that was my hat that time. Alright. I got one more layer of dark scales that I want to throw in here because this looks way too neat. And I believe that's what's going to occupy the vast majority of the rest of this stream, is trying to get these scales to look a little bit more realistic. Yeah, it's a bit of an occupational hazard when you're always wearing hats, or at least when I always wear hats to these streams. Someday I'll be able to get a proper haircut and I'll grow my hair back and I'll feel a little bit more comfortable with being hatless on stream. Someday. I mean, it's not a dire situation. Like, it's not a dire situation. It's just there's nothing there. There's no hair practically. So there's not a whole lot of point in not wearing a hat right now. At least I don't think so. Yeah, I envy you for the variability to grow your hair in that way. My hair does not grow that way. My hair grows very much out, not down. So... hand is going to be in a lot of pain after this tonight. I think. But it looks so cool. It looks so good. I don't believe my mom's idea to actually work to stop my nose dribs. So to stuff some Kleenex in my natural. Yeah, that's old school, man. Like, you've never done that before? You've never done that before to stop a runny nose? It works almost every time. Almost. That is such a mom remedy too. That's funny. That might cost me. Let's see. So you're gonna make the scales darker. I don't have the benefit of being able to use large blanket shadows for this. I sort of committed to this technique of painting each individual scale, which means now I have to paint each individual scale and be very mindful of what color it is in relation to where on this painting it is and what light it's supposed to catch, and also what light it's supposed to be pointed away from or be covered by. Once you commit to this insanity, then have you tried just telling your cats that you're not feeling well and to not bother you? You think that would work? Is there any chance that would work? You gotta get one of those like automatic cat food dispensers for just this exact type of emergency. But yeah, I know you are quite particular with how your cats are fed, so maybe that wouldn't work out quite, it wouldn't work out all that well. Yeah, that was what I was using the the compressed air for, and it turns out that worked out pretty well. I'm gonna dedicate a cup over here to a few lightened shades here. Alright, well, it looks like, wow, we're at the 3-hour mark. I wasn't expecting to go past 9 o'clock tonight, but it looks like we will. So I'll still be here. I'm going to start dropping highlights on all of these scales now. Wish me luck with that. I'm going to drop down the palette cam. Oh, I'm glad you're still here, Liz. I wasn't sure if you were still with us. I know you're sometimes here but not chatting, and that's okay too. So now that could work. I'm gonna have to do that for a couple of these. I'm gonna have to create lighter versions of all of these colors that I've sort of synthesized. It's going to evolve, I think, two things. Yellow, not there, because that's just going to make more green. And maybe even here, a little bit more yellow. And white. Mo white. Mo white, mo white, 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 white. All right. Let's see if this Frankenstein's monster experiment in color actually ends up working. And if it does, what do we always say? That's how I planned it all along. Back down you go. Normally, I would need these colors to be very dry in order to stick at their best. But since we don't have that option right this minute, instead, as a substitute for that, I will end up needing the page itself to be very dry. Hopefully enough time has passed. And it looks like it's dried up. What are we going with here? These two are very similar. Sorry. Bring this in even closer. Right there. See, these two, here and here, those are very similar. I got no use for two colors that are too similar, so I'm going to darken this one up and see if I can get some use out of that. Now, what we know from our dear friend Bob Ross is that a thin paint will always stick to a thick paint. And that holds true. You know, he talked about that in reference to watercolor paint, or in reference to oil paints. That holds true for watercolor paints as well, with a slight modification to that little rule. And that is, if we define a thin paint in watercolor as being one that has more water added to it as opposed to just pure paint, then a thin paint will generally float on top of a dried paint beneath it. And that's going to become very important for what we're about to do. What we're going to do is we're going to practically bead leave little beads of color on top of the color that we've already put down that's already dried, ideally. That'll lead to some Hello, Mike. Thanks for coming. Appreciate it. Hope you stick around. I just got some green paint in my white paint. I hope that doesn't end up being a problem later. The other thing we gotta be mindful too is that as we're adding scale highlights, we're also contouring them to add shape to this form, to add shape to this particular character here. Side of that. Now we're gonna bead some more here. See, this stuff is extra thin, which makes me very nervous that it's not going to float the way I need it to. But so far, so good. Yeah, I think we're on the right track here. Come over here and dab this out of here so that it doesn't get back into my white paint. And it did anyway. Oh, that sucks. This is what happens when you try to be subtle. I can make it work. I can make it work. There's enough white in here that they'll overpower that little bit of green anyway. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Whew. This is going to be a process and a half. Thicken this up at least a little bit. I know I just said we want a thin consistency to be able to stick to this dried paint, but having it be too thin is not great either, for a couple of reasons that we might see soon enough. Go back to our darker color, our darker green, and we can still add highlight colors, because even highlights have darker and lighter tones to them. There's a lot of things that go into the quality and quantity of an object catching light. Color is a factor, angle is a factor, the intensity of the light source itself is a factor. Put a vein of occupy this cup over here. We're gonna put a vein of highlight over here as well. Here's our yellow to keep the palette consistent. Lighten this up. Now, it doesn't look as light. This doesn't look that light from here, but it's all a matter of contrast. Everything is all relative, and when you start putting this up here against all of these dark colors, suddenly it's the lightest color there. And the lightest color here. Oh. Get a little too close. And even if you want to define these wings a little bit more, you can get into here and start doing that. Because like I said, these are very bat-like wings. So that doesn't look great right this minute, but it will soon enough. This side is always here. The light's definitely coming from down here, so it's going to catch all of this stuff. Darker shadows, darker highlights. some white on the edge of here. Nice influx of white paint there. That works. I'm going to highlight the parts here that are most affected. A little bit of green to that because it's supposed to be very light whitish green. But highlight the parts most affected by the light that's coming from right here. That's what it should be looking like. Get even brighter and more intense in a smaller concentration of space right about here. You may be asking yourself, what kind of lunatic would spend so much time detailing all of these little bits of scale on a monster? You may ask yourself, how much obsessive compulsive madness does it really take to dedicate so much time to something like this? And I agree. If you ask yourself those things, I agree. It takes a special kind of lunatic and a special kind of obsessive compulsive madness to do any of these sorts of things. But really the point is you know what? I think I forgot where I was going with this. Back to the painting. dull this a little bit and still use it as kind of a highlight color. We're going to start over here. And we gotta kind of imagine where most of these highlights would actually go and what they would affect. Now this is a shadow, and I want to avoid that for the most part for that reason. So I'm going to stop it right about there. And as the shadow becomes larger as you go down, I'll stop it there as well. Once again, these highlights are going to serve the dual purpose of giving us a sense of lighting and also to reinforce the shape that each of these characters, that each of these, independently moving heads is supposed to take. If there's too much of a question of where one head ends and the next one begins, or which head is which, or which direction each neck is going, then I feel like I haven't done quite enough of my job. Once again, these are we're talking about characters that have existed for a very long time. So you'd be hard pressed to find somebody that hasn't seen them in some form or another somewhere. I still don't consider that an excuse to not try to be as clear as possible with my depiction here. Art-wise and composition-wise and form-wise, I consider myself, sort of a follower of Steve Ditko, in that Steve Ditko was well known for sacrificing style for substance, or sacrificing substance for style. What I mean is, he was somebody that was perfectly willing to forego making an image look flashy for the sake of making it clear and making it more easily recognized by the reader. That's something I try to aspire to. Just the general idea of, function over fashion. Ditko had a lot of flaws, but to his greatest credit, to his undying credit, he didn't have a whole lot of ego when it came to art. His greatest priority was tell the story. First and foremost, tell the story. Even if it doesn't look pretty, even if it doesn't look flashy, even if it doesn't, clean that later. It's a shame I just mocked that. even if it doesn't even necessarily look like a memorable image in and of itself, it's enough that it elevated the story and it moved the story forward that you were trying to tell. Or in this case, you know, if it's a still image, it conveyed whatever you were trying to get across in a still image. So I try to prioritize that over everything else. Is being clear over necessarily being flashy or being cool. I'm going to extend this up here because I find that to be a pretty good shadow color. And I think that will track better than what I had already as being a good shadow color. I hope, and it's looking quite, it's looking like it works quite well, that this is a shadow of this horn. This is transparent enough and this is defined enough to where it seems pretty identifiable as not its own horn, but as a shadow of this horn. And that's what I'm getting at, is it's more important for me to get that across than it might be to just, you know, have an overall like cool looking image. And I'm gonna do the same thing over here. Yeah, I dig it. I'm gonna do the same thing to a much lesser extent because the light's more intense over here. Over here. Blur this a little bit together. Throw a few more dark scales over here. Define that. Define this. And then you can allow these parts to define themselves. Big part of painting, of watercolor painting, that I'm sort of coming to grips with as time goes on, because it's at odds with a lot of my experience that I've spent a long time drawing in black and white, is allowing vague forms to define more specific forms, as opposed to very specifically defining all of your forms when we work in black and white. Let's see, I actually kind of made a mistake here, because this is a wing that's supposed to go up here, but this color is indicating that that wing does not continue, so that means that's not going to work. What might work, however, is bringing this into the mix, and it's going to lose, I'm going to lose some of the definition of these horns over here. But once again, it's more important to lose the vague shape of one form for the sake of defining the clear shape of another form. We already have enough visual information from this head and this head to know that this head is going to have horns that are going to jut back that way. We only have this much visual information on this side to know that there's going to be a wing here and a wing here. If we contradict that by not defining this wing all the way through, then it's going to confuse everything else. It's also going to throw the symmetry of this whole deal off. And that's definitely not something that I want to do, because I've been going to great lengths up to this point to keep this whole deal balanced, which is not an easy thing to do in general when you're trying to draw wacky monsters with really alien, spindly, floating, flapping heads. Now I gave a hint of that bat wing on this side, and I'm going to do the same thing over here, and it's going to extend out to here. Some of it is going to get lost because the light that's coming out of that lightning breath dictates that. And that's an important part of this composition, so I definitely don't want to compromise that. I don't want to lose that in any way. If anything, I want to accentuate that, which is why I'm going to come back over here and start darkening a few little spots in between here. In the hopes that doing that will make these parts, these white parts, stand out a little bit more. This becomes tricky when the goal is neither to blend the white parts with the other parts, or to blend too much into that background part, which means, once again, gotta pick a color and wet it up let the sort of natural ambiguity that your that your ultra wet watercolor paints are gonna give you do its thing. And thank you, Minnesota, for the follow. I appreciate it very much, and I hope you stick around for more. Will says, "Is this all watercolors?" I think basically, yeah. Gouache is, this is gouache, and gouache is a type of watercolor paint. Once again, watercolor is very good if you're impatient as hell like I am. It blends quickly, it dries quickly, and when it doesn't dry quickly, you can kind of make it dry quickly, which is why I always have the trusty blow dryer on standby. Oof. That was a close one. How much should I darken this top part? I'm thinking by a significant degree, because I feel the need to define these wings a little bit more. So I'm going to give that a little bit more darkness there. We're approaching, I think, the home stretch here, but just got to make sure. It's one of those ones where you get going on it and you really want it to be, you really want it to look as good as you possibly can get it to look. Even think about darkening it down here. I don't want to completely cancel out all of these blue tones down here, but this is intended to be a very yellow heavy bit of work, and that should be rearing its head at every opportunity. Let's reintroduce it down here. Let's get that tape out of the way so it doesn't look like I'm avoiding a big piece of tape. There we go. Whew. Now, for now, this is probably not the last time this is going to happen. I think this is as much as I'm comfortable doing on stream. Anything else after this is going to be a lot of tweaking that I don't necessarily need an audience for. It also may lead to some experimenting. Like, for instance, I already said I didn't want this to over-define other parts. So yeah, it looks a little bit better. Some stuff in here. because I'm a sucker for an implied Kirby crackle, so. I don't know. I mean, how did that get so far out of whack there? This needs a redarkening over here. Then over here, feel like I'm not quite done screwing around with the highlight with the shadows over here. So stuff like this. Not entirely sure. This makes for particularly entertaining streaming when it's me just screwing with stuff that I've already messed with a million times already, that you guys have seen. Oof. Yeah, that works a little bit better. That's what seems to be throwing it off. See, sometimes it's easier to see where something may not look the way that it should when I look up on the monitor in front of me, as opposed to looking at the page itself. Sometimes it just kind of works out that way. And the sticking point that I keep coming up against is right here. Something had to break that up. This is why I absolutely refuse to do this live streaming thing unless I had a monitor that I could look at that was actually in the same room. Which required a lot of logistic messing around on my part. On one side, now sort of semi-regrettably, now I gotta do the same on this side. Past me is cursing present me, or present me is cursing past me right about now for the decision to do this in this exact particular way. But we do what we gotta. That's working. That's working. that up a little bit because that's way too dingy looking. I guess we'll end up going to 4. And if there's any other touch-ups that I want to make to this, then they'll be off stream. If I don't call time on this sooner or later, it's just never gonna end. Thing. Sometimes the eyes make all the difference. Let's see how this works. think for now we're ready to call that. See if this didn't dry in place. Nope. Still good. I don't even know where my pens are because I haven't used a single pen all night. There we go. It's way down here. Oof. Yeah, that was a nerve-wracking one, and it may still not even be over. But for now, for tonight, for this stream, I'm gonna call it done. It's been 4 hours, which is 1 hour longer than I expected. Thank you guys for coming. Thanks to anybody who's going to be watching in the immediate future. This over here a little bit more. There we go. I'll be back. I just end up having to reorient the camera. Alright, enough of that. Enough messing with the camera. It's too late for that crap. I'll be back again on Saturday for Sketchbook Saturday. I may or may not continue the Giant Monster theme. Haven't decided yet. I will be back. It will be at 6 o'clock on Saturday, just like today, a little bit earlier than I usually do. And hopefully I will see you guys all there. I will see everybody who stopped by, everybody who lurked, and everybody who followed in some capacity or another. I will hopefully see you guys all there. In the meantime, like I always say, never stop making friends through art, and you guys have yourselves a good 48 hours till I see you again. Everybody, please remember, stay safe, laugh hard, ride fast, be kind.